All right. Hello and welcome to that stream I said was going to be a little different. So up so far we've played nothing but shooters, most of them first person. This time we're going to play a game where we're not doing any shooting. We're going to be playing RimWorld. So to start with, I should cover the mods I'm going to be using. Mostly just stuff that makes the game easier, either directly or indirectly. Stuff like the Thumper mod, which gives us a way to fight insects that doesn't involve just having more dudes than they do. The Break mod that makes it so you don't have to worry that someone's going to eat without a table and then proceed to destroy every component you have in your storage. Artillery guns, which makes it so making artillery shells isn't basically a big waste of time. And then other fun stuff, like I think Rim Atomics is probably the biggest one, and also the turret pack. Anyways, I'm gonna make a new colony. Before I do that, just realized I didn't turn the sound on for the game. There we go. Now, if it's too quiet or too loud, make sure to mention it. Speaking of mentions, got a new follower 5 minutes ago. Kelly Kiko, thank you for following. So we're gonna go with the regular crash landed scenario. I'm gonna go on Randy Random on this difficulty. We're gonna try commitment mode. I usually never play this mode because, well, you know. But this time I'm gonna try to actually commit to it. And also for the anomaly settings for the new DLC they made, I'm gonna have it at ambient horror. So usually you have like a big monolith that you start all the stuff with, and it gives you a consistent source of being able to research the new stuff. With the ambient mode, the threats are less likely to show up compared to with the monolith, but it does a better mix of how it gets introduced to the game. So, uh, what's a fun name for a seed? Cake. So I do have somewhere I had in mind for where I want to build a base. We're going to try to find a good tundra area. Somewhere that has preferably a river and some mountains, because we're going to play as mole people. Large hills, some more hills. I don't see too many mountains up in here that have a river, I mean. Yeah, we'll try over here. We'll get 20 days to be able to grow stuff throughout the entire year. But since we're going to be undergrounders anyway, we're going to be wanting to set up Nutrifungus farms inside the caves, which, as long as we keep the heat going, it'll grow pretty good. I'm not going to spend the time to perfectly customize it. We're just going to go with the preset. Then from here, we can see the ideology it generated for us. The Cave of Shashthi. Shashthlik? Shafthis? Pronouncing that probably completely wrong, but I don't care. So these guys prefer free will. Nothing unusual with the cannibalism or executions or organ use. Don't feel quite as strongly about slavery as some people do. Get a mining specialist. And we get a nice big statue as our unique building. Now, unfortunately, I did not want there to be any venerated animals, so I think we're probably just gonna regen this. Oh, right. So to regen it, all we have to do is back up by one, open it up again, and see what changed. Deep shaft. Post-Protestant. So this time, it's a Christian-based origin. So they don't particularly care about free will. Feel a bit worse about slavery than the past group. Still have the mining specialist. And we have a Christmas tree. But again, with the venerated animals. Okay, let's try this one more time. If not, then we just go custom. Let's start from the bottom. Okay, we're just gonna do custom. So let's say these guys are abstract theists. And just picking the same stuff as on the other one. It's the Zutan faith. The Hittite or Hittite. Worshipped the Master of Life. Set free will to don't care. Harvesting, no cannibalism. Folks only. We're just gonna get rid of that. Everything else seems fine. Let's add some extra hairstyles and stuff. Yeah, seems pretty good. Now for a starting lineup of dudes, this guy seems good, but he's a nudist. We're gonna be living somewhere pretty cold, so he's gonna have a really rough time if we pick him. This one's good in general, but I don't like anyone who can't haul or clean. Kinda just becomes really inconvenient sometimes. And this person, don't like someone who's useless in a fight, but they can still be a meat shield. Let's see who else we have here. Don't like that person. Trigger happy on someone who doesn't even like using guns. Doesn't seem worth it, but what do I know? This guy seems pretty neat. Actually, yeah, I'll do 3 of these guys here. We'll just start with these. So, unfortunately, we won't have anyone good at cooking, plants, have alright medical, and probably want someone more dedicated to research. But for the start of this game, this will be just fine. Alright, usual stuff. Wake up from cryo sleep, or crypto sleep, to the ship exploding in orbit, and everyone getting off at the last second. Alright. Let's unforbid everything. Who's our good shooter again? Tori. Then Storch is our melee guy. Gonna make him wear the armor. And then Harvey doesn't like fighting, so Harvey gets to just stand there and catch bullets. Now, where the hell are we? Not too many options other than right here for where we want to build our base, because ideally we want it to be underground, underneath mountains, so can't see it from here, but when we dig a tunnel, or actually, here's an example of it. The darker green is anywhere with overhead mountain, the lighter green is just a regular roof. So we'll want most of our base to have overhead mountain to keep these undergrounders happy. Now as for exactly where we want everything set up, we'll start with these ruins here, build a big room, shove everything in there to start with. And we'll just start by building that out of steel. We're gonna claim these ruins so that eventually they'll come along and fix this stuff. We'll also get some... Actually, what should we grow right away? We have a very short amount of time that we can grow stuff before winter shows up. Now they're not gonna like any regular veggies, so we should consider planting something else. None of these guys are any good at plants, I don't think. No, they're not. So, heal roots out of the question. Let's grow some psychoid. Or, no, can't grow that either. Well, let's just grow some extra wood. Because since the growing season is so short here, the trees we have at the start are going to take a long time to grow again once we chop them down. And as for our stockpiles, our important stuff we're going to want in here, and stuff that's not so important, or at least is weather resistant, we're going to put out here. So stuff like stone blocks, any kind of ores and steel. Then also a dumping stockpile. Just gonna set up the beds, and yeah, let's also make it the dining room for now. No reason to have dedicated rooms right at the start. There's a table there. There it is. Is there any dangerous wildlife? No. Just herbivores. Let's just look around the map for a second. There's the anima tree. Probably not going to do anything with that. And there's the ancient danger. So if we get anyone walking next to that, it'll put a little pop-up saying, oh, they suspect that something's up with this ancient ruin here, and that's because there is. I think every map that generates at the start of the game has one building like that where if you break into it, there's either going to be a bunch of dudes in crypto sleep caskets who will wake up and be very angry at you, or there'll be some other dangerous thing living in there. Either way, you kind of don't want to screw with him right away. It's more like once you have a couple of half decent gunners, or once I have a sentry gun built, then I can just move the sentry gun right in front of the entrance, pop it open, shoot anyone who's in there, and then loot the place. But that's not going to be for a while. I just noticed the game seems to be a bit quiet. Let's change that. We don't have a research bench yet, but probably the most important thing to start with is pretty much always batteries. We are going to build wind turbines to start with. Not entirely sure where to stick them though. Happy people, I've played this game, I don't know how many years now, like 4 years maybe, just guessing. I think I've only ever really beaten it once, and it was the method where you just sell your base repeatedly. Other than that, I find I always just kind of get bored and then give up on this game before reaching the end, but I don't know, maybe it'll be different this time. Speed this up a bit more. Don't want to give too many commands to these guys right away. Speaking of commands, we can keep him on free will for a while. Once they start being annoying, then we'll look into proper work priorities. It's probably going to be a mistake, but it's more fun that way. Oh yeah, this is definitely a long haul kind of game. I've had some colonies where I've had like at least 20 hours or more in there. But really, that's part of the problem with why I've never really beaten this game all that often, is I'll get most of the way towards the end and then just decide to myself like, how about we start a new colony instead? It's a terrible habit, I know. So we're eventually going to want to start hunting stuff. But if I started hunting right now, would probably end up with all the meat going bad, or most of it going bad. Even if the leather would be really helpful. But we don't have any workbenches set up, so let's just not worry about it. Should probably get him to close this room. We're at finish that bed. Right, one day in, and so far we have a shitty little shack where we can keep all our stuff. Yeah, the start is definitely the funnest part because you land on a new area and then you're looking at all of it and you go, man, I could build a cool base in this spot, and plan everything out, start building, and then stuff starts happening. Next thing you know, you've got a massive base with like 20 dudes running around, and you've got everything automated, you've got all the research done, and there's like groups of 30 guys showing up, and you just blast them to bits with all your artillery guns. Real fun stuff. Speaking of future planning, let's see where all these steam geysers are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the fifth one? Oh, fifth one's there. Most of them are not close to where we're going to be building our base, so they're not going to be able to be walled in other than like this one. If anything, I'm probably going to put a wall like up here, or actually this little lake we have would be good as a cooling pool later on, like way later on once I can finally build a nuclear reactor. So actually, yeah, build a wall there, build another wall here, keep a little open spot there and set up some turrets maybe. And then some more walls over here. That's not going to be for a while though. Okay, let's start worrying about our production. Definitely going to want stonecutter's bench. And a butcher table. And a stove. And maybe build one of those wind turbines. Got plenty of steel, let's build both. Seeing as the river's right here, we'll definitely want to get the water mills sooner rather than later. I always have a bad habit of, by the time I get around to building water mills, I don't need that much power. Set them up to make some basic meals. And I forgot to check what kind of stones we have on this map. Marble, we got sandstone. Do we have a third type? And just check in this tab here. That's just sandstone and marble. So the base itself, we're going to want the marble, and everything else we're going to want the sandstone, since if I remember, sandstone's weaker than all the other types of stone, but it's also the fastest to build. Let's do 130, that should be good. I have anyone who's good at crafting, or no wait, I do. But it's also our main constructor. These take 6 days to grow and they're in good soil, so should have a pretty good stockpile of wood once winter starts. Though usually it's always the things you're not worrying about that can end up becoming a problem. I'm thinking eventually once we start building up in here, we're gonna have all the like the dining room and the individual rooms, or maybe a barracks in the meantime, in the underground area, and then over here we're gonna build like a big storage pile, and then probably turn this into a freezer, and then have the kitchens off on the side. Because I do want the kitchen and the freezer right next to the dining room, so probably here's where the dining room's gonna be. Probably a waste to put lights on the outside of the base, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Now, I'm not sure if people usually see it as power gamey to use a different work schedule, the types where they take, um, well, how do I explain it properly? It's instead of having 8 hours of sleep or something at some point throughout the day, you just have him sleep for 4 hours at a time, twice per day. The only reason I consider it power gamey is there seems to be like no downside to doing it. Still don't have the research bench. It says it's gonna reach -2, but this thing says it's gonna get a lot colder than that. Yeah, -31. So definitely gonna want to start making some parkas soon. Starting to think we might have had a mistake having all of our important stuff on this one guy. Oh, too late to fix it. We are playing on commitment mode after all. Instead of just staring at these guys work, let's start working on setting up proper work priorities. So, as I previously mentioned, we've got a lot of important skills just on Storch here, since he's our melee fighter, so he's gonna get injured a lot if we actually use him in fights. It's kind of just unavoidable. So there's that on top of he's our constructor, the only one who's any good at it. He's our miner, as he's also the only one that's any good at it. And he's also our crafter, since again, he's the only one who's any good at it. We can only really have him prioritizing one thing at a time, so I'm gonna try not to mine too much stuff in any one go. Hopefully we can find a second pawn that can take one of those duties from him. As for everyone else, our cook and our scientist and also art guy doesn't have terribly much to do right now. And then also our hunter slash grower, which we don't have terribly much planted right now either. I guess we might as well start hunting. Wonder how our pawns are getting along. Mostly fine. No one hates each other yet, but that'll change. Got to check health conditions. Everyone seems healthy. Should probably tell people not to use the super important medicine on cuts and bruises. So I have forgotten about that a lot of times and then suddenly wondered, hey, where'd that 20 glitter world medicine I had suddenly disappeared to? And it's like, oh, well, this guy got attacked by a chicken, so we had to save his life by using up all the good medicine. Should probably have our medics carry around medicine too. I almost forgot the most important part of any base, the horseshoe pin. Another thing I forgot to check is if we have anyone nearby. I think our friendlies are these guys and those guys. Everyone else is some different flavor of pissed off at us and wants us gone. We'll have to deal with them once they come knocking. So once done mining this metal, I'll make storage, make some sandstone blocks, make a nice square room for here, and then also build some storage shelves. Since we can just move all this stuff around later, let's just build stuff up. Tailoring bench. Not gonna make a smelter for a while. Art bench. While we could do that, I'd rather have everyone working on something a bit more productive. If we want something to sell later down the line, then we'll reconsider. Since statues and stuff that you can make at the art bench are worth a pretty good amount of money. Probably not as much as, you know, just growing a big pile of cocaine like I usually do, but probably also a bit more morally correct. So we might as well build a heater before we suddenly have people losing thumbs to frostbite. Some chairs for people to sit on. Oop, there we go. Now we get to name our settlement and our faction. Let's just try hitting random a few times. And that's a funny name. And that's a great name for a settlement right there. And Elk has decided it no longer wants to live, so it decided to join our colony that are going to kill him immediately because he's worth a lot more in meat than anything else. Or she, I guess. I guess I could get milk out of them, but I don't know. I think we'd just end up running out of food for the animals pretty quickly, and then the animals would start eating the people food, and, well, then it's kind of counterproductive, isn't it? Guess I could have just released it to the wild, but free meat is free meat. Muscle parasites. What does that do? Oh, that's really not good. Gonna be in pain. Gonna have to sleep like, is that half as much or twice as much? And they're also just gonna be slower at both working and moving. Great. Let's get some clothing set up. The blind or something? Oh, no wait. Pants are right there. Ooh, one pile of pants in the stockpile that's fit to wear and at least normal quality. Which we already have. And we're gonna want a button-down shirt. And since it's gonna be cold as hell here, we're gonna want parkas. I guess cold as hell is a really bad expression for how cold it's actually gonna be. So I'm pretty sure it hasn't frozen over yet. That's supposed to happen later. What kind of hats do we want? Tail caps seem pretty appropriate. Now, later on, we're gonna get a little bit more discerning with what we make this stuff out of, because materials are not created equal. So, eventually, once we're well off, we can turn off cloth and probably also most wools and leathers. I forget. I do think I have rim filler or rhyme filler. Not sure which one it was again. So we eventually will be able to make synthread and symphomine and I think also hyperweave. But that's going to take some building up towards. And let's just tell our guy to hunt everything. By our guy, I mean Tori. Steadily getting better at shooting. Psychic Soothe, female. And that's only gonna affect one of our colonists, but I'll take anything I can get. It's raining. Well, no one's flew off the handle and murdered our pet husky yet. Which has happened to me plenty of times before, trust me. Starting to think, since a lot of this isn't overhead mountain, we might want to move over there, but that might also have the same issue. Maybe we just picked a bad map. Either way, we're sticking with it, though. Group is coming to visit. They've got nothing to trade, so they're just standing around and going, the hell is up with these hosers? These guys are female supremacists who think they should spread their message about nature. Don't think we're gonna get along with these dudes super well. And as long as they don't start the fight, we're not gonna continue it. And there they go. Our first hostile event. Pissed off rabbit. So let's take this threat seriously. So we wanted someone dying from a rabbit bite infection. Oh, that went well. Let's start building some storage. Those are right here. Yes, we should build one of these. Yeah, we'll just build one, since we can't comfortably place two of them without slowing people down too much. Nearly have Trophim or Trophim trained up to haul stuff. That should help a lot. Or maybe it won't, I don't know yet. Let's put construction first and then mining. Alright, we now have a hauler. We've got about another 10 days of summer and then things are gonna start going to shit. Let's put some roofs around their base. Should be good. I haven't tested it, but I know that the mole people, their bonus or disadvantage for fighting in bad lighting is reversed compared to regular pawns. So if it's dark out, they have full accuracy, but when it's light out, they have a big debuff, which is, I think, the same amount of debuff as a regular pawn trying to fight in darkness. There's the quest if we want to be buddy-buddies with the Imperium or Empire or whatever they're called this time. Empire of Perfection. I don't know about being friends with these guys. We don't necessarily have to be friends, we can just work for them and extract our reward. I mentioned, do I even want a Psycaster right now? Guess it's always useful, even if we don't get a good hour from it. And it's not like we have to develop it into a full noble title or whatever. Could make Harvey the Psycaster, because even though they're incapable of violence, can still cast spells on people. Not like we have Fireball on the roster or anything. We could put a little bit of work into making these rocks nice, and then that way that penalty here will be, I think it tops out at 0, so it'll get rid of the penalty, but it won't give us a bonus compared to if they had proper rooms. But it will make it so that if they eat in this room, that they enjoy it. Also, all these chairs and this table suck. Let's build a new one. Yeah, way more accurate at nighttime. Do that there, because once we have this corner built out, it should be able to support a roof there. All we have to do for this one is kill one hare, and we instantly have enough to get the yeoman tile, assuming that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, let's go ahead with that plan. Probably toggle on the automatic rebuild. Here's our man-eating rabbit. Just get rid of this as soon as possible. Problem solved. Should really look into improving Tori's mood. But until those muscle parasites are gone, I think it's just something we're gonna have to deal with. Not to mention, being the dedicated hunter, you're always gonna have the 8 without table. Get rid of disturbed sleep because they all live in the same room. There's our shuttle. Right. Just get this done right away. Unimpressive. Oh, we have the title. Now, what did you get? Word of trust. Well, if we need to look into recruiting people, it's going to be a lot easier now. And by people, I mean prisoners. These are already a vast improvement over the crap we have over here. Nearly got those batteries unlocked. Guess we should set up some barricades. Don't really want to build them out of steel or wood, and we're low on blocks as it is. So we just boost crafting up and get storage to make some blocks. Major break risk. Yeah, I guess we should elect the priest. The character that's any good at social task is Harvey. I don't see anything here that would make it a bad idea to make him a priest. Let's throw down a ritual spot and get that done. I don't think we need anyone. We need one. Some inspiring stuff being speeched about. Now that we have a priest, we can much more easily convert anyone else to our ideology. I think the only way you can convert people without someone that has the moral guide role of whatever your ideology is, which for us, our moral guide is the priest. Also, I guess we better make some clothing. But yeah, the only way to convert people without someone in that role would be to imprison them and then convert them to your specified ideology. It was Kate. What was the other piece of clothing? Not looking at the right person. Need a cape. And a hood. Yeah, that's the important part. Right, so that'll get done eventually. Now we've got plenty of food and no way to preserve it. We're gonna want to fix that. Maybe I'll make... let's see. That's overhead mountain. We will want to set up some mushrooms, so I guess if it's gonna be that low on overhead mountain tiles, we'll want to get it done sooner rather than later. That tour's gonna go around insulting people, so let's watch the social damage get done in real time. Insulted Harvey's value as a human. It's kind of rude. Oh, they sent one guy with a machine pistol. Usually it's just a guy with a club, but I guess it's because he's got a peg leg. They wanted to make it slightly more challenging for us to kill him, I guess. He's also a genie. Might be worth capturing him. Though he is a pyromaniac and a misogynist. It's kind of useless in a fight, even before counting the fact that he's a genie, so he's stuck with wimp and delicate as traits. He is good at mining and crafting, which would make things a lot easier for us, and he also would be good as a researcher. Yeah, I think we're going to try to take this one alive. Don't think we have anywhere we can build a prisoner bed, which we will need. It's not like we can just put a sleeping spot outside and have him live next to our base. They are attacking immediately. We'll very quickly build basically a closet that we can stick a prisoner in. Put him right in there. I'm not gonna risk shooting at him because he might just die instantly. Let's get everyone to melee attack him. one got too badly hurt. Perfect. And he had some money on him too. Isn't that nice? Alright, get to switch that to prisoner bed. Probably not going to use that machine pistol because it's probably completely inferior to just the revolver. But we can sell it eventually. Well, that elk I told our dudes to kill is very much still alive, and he decided he's done with us. Fine enough. I know what I said about free meat earlier, but I think we have to worry about it. Okay. Got a lot of options for what we want to research. I think the most important thing would be to beeline it towards recoil operations so we can start setting up some turrets. Get that, we need blowback operation. Before that, we need gunsmithing. Before that, we need machining. Before that, smithing. It's a long road. Maybe it'd be more efficient to go for microelectronics first, although that's going to take quite a while. By the time we get that, we could get like most of the way to recoil operation in the same amount of time, and we'll have our machining table unlocked so we can make proper helmets if we want to, and also start making some guns. Like giving everyone a shotgun is usually not a bad plan. Killing everything that lives on this map because it's ours now. We should probably also use our convert ability. Yeah, one more of those and then hit him with the word of trust. Actually, that only reduces the resistance, it doesn't outright recruit him, so guess we can't do it just yet. Oh no wait, it's because it uses up 60% of it, and we just went underneath that threshold. Didn't realize that was so expensive. I also guess that means we should crank this up a notch or two. Can't use it on him. Maybe it's because he's in shock state or whatever it said there. Maybe it's just because we have him set to convert instead of recruit. Nah, that wasn't it. Transport pod crash. Goob boil up. Interesting name. A pigskin. It's good at construction, art, and social. And not much else. And he's got a bad case of the spaghetti brain. Death in 2 hours also. We might not even be able to save this guy even if we wanted to. We can get a free fur parka. I don't know. I don't think this guy's worth trying to recruit, but at the same time, we're kind of very low on manpower, so maybe it's worth it to go for it anyways. Although we do have no room to store him right now, we'd have to build another one of these little sheds to stick him in. Gonna use medicine on him, better not die on us. But at the same time, I think the only way to get rid of Alzheimer's is once we have those, shoot, what are they called again? Somewhere up here, the growth fats, the biosculptor pods. Yeah, we need to get those unlocked, and we also have to have the bioregeneration, and we also have to have 2 Glitter World medicine. Yeah, maybe never mind that. I'll fix him up though, but I will be taking that parka. Don't think we can save him actually. Oh well, we tried. Simple meal rotted away in storage. That sucks. Gonna do that before I forget about it. Let's make this a bit bigger. Well, other than those muscle parasites, things are going very well. Prisoner is now converted. Let's try to recruit him. Though since he is a pyromaniac, we will have to worry about having either a campfire or a torch set up in there. Although, eventually we'll be able to get fungus dark torch, and then we don't have to worry about burning wood keeping him happy. We're still gonna have to burn some wood for a while. Another group visiting our base. What are these guys like? They're collectivist and not much else. Don't like free will. They think drugs should only be used for medicine. Perfectly fine with executing people as long as they deserve it. And they think child labor is something worth keeping around. Well, definitely not the worst neighbor we have. Stuff rotting in the storage. Maybe I just build like a little building here and just put a AC unit on the side of it. Just start refrigerating our stuff right away. Do have the sandstone for it. Yeah, let's do that. While we're at it, let's make sure that our power is... Well, setup's not the right word, since I like to stick them in the wall like I'm doing over here. We use regular power cables for in the wall, and then we use the hidden conduits for in between buildings. Got some Thrumbos running around. Usually I hate when these dudes show up because they beeline straight towards where I'm growing all my food and then they eat all of whatever takes the longest to grow, like every time it feels like. But all we're growing is wood. If they want to eat wood, they can go right ahead. Speaking of wood, it's blighted. Well, all that time we spent growing these is now completely wasted. Rabbit trying to eat our food. So that's why we didn't kill that elk earlier. It's because the person we have set to handle all the animals is incapable of violence. Oh, something actually dangerous. Maybe we should hold off on killing some of these. You know, keep it distracted. If I had a second guy with a rifle, I'd just draft both of them and manually go and hunt it down. But if we only have one guy with a rifle, I don't want to risk shooting at it and then it starts charging after us at full speed and then we just can't get away from it. Should probably also build some graves. Maybe a little bridge to go with it too. Oh, he's running all the way over here to meditate. Gives us 18% per day. He's probably spending like way too much time there. Wouldn't be worth meditating over here, I don't think. Sure hope this guy doesn't decide to set the closet he's living in on fire. Think about it. Do have wall torches. Does that mean he no longer believes? It's just all the way down. I probably should have built that torch a lot earlier. Kinda lucky that all he did was go like, why god why, and then reset his ideology meter to 1, but there's no other ideologies in the colony, so it's not like we have to worry that he's gonna get converted to the wrong thing or anything. At least now he's failed to build that shelf. Seeing as this guy is probably going to be very not useful in a fight, I'm just going to give him his machine pistol back. I probably should just give him the revolver and let him use it, but it might end up, you know, sitting out in the field for like a day or two and lose 20 to 30% of its quality because, I don't know, it's usually how it goes. Oh yeah, I entirely forgot about those batteries. Let's make 2 of them for now. Enough to store a charge, not enough charge to burn the whole house down instantly. We're just blasting an entire hole in the wall clean like it's done when I've had the giant banks of batteries. Guess we should go kill that polar bear. Probably wait until it's nighttime though. Doing it during daytime is just gonna make it that much harder. Another raid. From ETSPs. Etiacus? I don't know. Whatever they're called, they're attacking immediately. It's just one dude with a steel club. Slate club, sorry. It's a half decent fighter, so we probably should not engage directly into melee combat. This gear isn't worth anything. We probably don't want to recruit him. I say that, but yet again, we're kind of low on manpower. Maybe he'll be useful. Well, we'll capture him if we can. I don't think... Plus, if we can recruit this guy, like, very, very soon, I don't think we're going to be doing that. Whatever, let's just go kill him. Let's see. In a lit outdoors area. So even despite the fact that it's a wall lamp with dark light turned on, it still counts as outdoor lit. And Storch killed them anyway. At least now we don't have to worry about very quickly building a shed while the guy's bleeding out. Really need to get rid of these corpses. Maybe we leave that at 4, so we can manually command him to work on construction projects, but he's not gonna do it unless if he has nothing else going on. Still not the right time to hunt it. It's getting hungry. Let's see what he goes after. And we'll figure out later. Let's get him to build at least one battery. Just one upside to Pyromaniacs, at least with the mod I'm running, that kind of reworks exactly how it works so they're not just constantly starting fires no matter what. This one, it's as long as there's a flame near them, they're happy. It's a pretty big bonus. Well, I say that, but not that big of a bonus. It is a massive downside, as we saw earlier, if you don't put any fire anywhere. Get him to finish off this part. Beavers. Three of them? 4 of them, but one of them's showed up just in time to be a snack. Yeah, I'm gonna take those out right away and then kill the polar bear. Or maybe just kill the polar bear first. It already ate one of the beavers, so it's not gonna be eating anyone for a while. No. Okay, yeah, that is just the one. I don't think it's mentioned in the chances of them attacking again after getting harmed. Like here it says 50% that they'll attack after getting harmed. Sometimes it's just the one animal that you shot at, and sometimes it's any similar animal nearby will also be angry at you. I've had plenty of times where there's been like a herd of buffalo or something wandering around outside my base, and I go to, hunt them because they're giant bags of meat with pretty good fur to go along with it. And then next thing I know, on the first shot against the first buffalo of the entire pack of like 15 of them, they all decide like, okay, well, time to kill all the humans, and then they wipe out my entire colony. Of course, I say that happens all the time. I think it's only ever happened like twice in all the time I've played. He's bleeding pretty bad from that, but it's not slowing him down terribly much. He's going at 3.33 cells per second. My colonist goes at 4.37 cells per second. So we can just keep running away, shooting, running away, shooting. Eventually it'll die. But since we have a dude that's pretty good at wielding a knife, Guess we don't need these steel columns here. I think it's the furthest distance between any two walls that can be supported is like 12 tiles. That's got 9, so we could expand the room up to like here. But we can leave it as is. Instead of just constantly working on making one really good room, I really should be focusing on making a bunch of different ones. So we don't have to shove people into a closet to recruit them. Here we go. Got our new guy. Oh, that should work. Got to set my dudes to attack if they ever get attacked. I find just leaving them on flee doesn't work very often. They'll typically just run away in the wrong direction and make things worse for themselves. As for food, we don't have terribly much of it. I think I'll keep this as the freezer size, and then here I'm gonna build a kitchen. Or should I have it over here? Yeah, over here it's gonna work better. Oh, they're having a party. So, O'Connell's doing socially. Well, he seems to really like Harvey, but Harvey doesn't care for him. Does not get along well with Tori. And Stort's just... they're kind of whatever. How's everyone else doing? Tori's not a big fan of Storch. Harvey gets along with everyone pretty decently. Storch is good friends with Harvey. So should have something for him to wear in the face slot, just so that they don't wear gas masks like O'Connell's gonna do. I got him to take it off, he'd probably put it right back on. Could probably set up a proper apparel policy so that they only wear the right stuff, but Let's keep it loosey-goosey. Could make face mask, but veils are probably better. Not sure if it picked up on the microphone, but a motorcycle was just zooming by outside. Real loud. Not sure when I'm gonna build a floor for all these rooms. As for now, it's fine to leave it as is, just cause, well, that's how it already is. I don't have to put in any work into changing it necessarily. But once I do build a floor, then it'll make the room significantly nicer. Which, considering I'm using it as a dining room, is kind of important. Also, when there isn't a floor, things tend to get messy more easily, I think. But if you do have a floor, then there's more capacity to hold mess, so things can get worse if you don't have anyone cleaning. Distant shriek. Something's out there. I should probably be concerned about that. I only have 2 fighters. Just gather him up out here. It's probably a sight stealer. If it's something stronger than a sight stealer, this is probably a horrible mistake I'm doing right now. But let's assume it's a sight stealer. Hope it doesn't go after the husky. Yep, sight stealer. We could try to capture it. Again, we don't really have a room to keep it in unless we just stick them in where we want to build a freezer. Yeah, we might as well capture him. We have the proximity detector research for the anomaly research. Should start with the containment. Now we're gonna have to build a proper containment room to go with it though. Once we have the roof built, that actually will be a half-decent way to contain it. We'll have to worry about making sure it doesn't die before that. Yeah, I guess if it's got a bunch of blood loss, it's going to be less dangerous to us, so we can just let him bleed for a little bit. I like to set my coolers at minus 10 degrees Celsius. No particular reason, I just like round numbers. How do I want to bleed these out? Yeah, that'll work. Maybe not that big of a room. Speaking of rooms, let's build our containment facility right here. Really shouldn't build with granite. I don't think I put down any sandstone doors, so I can't just copy one. I've gone along crafting for a little bit. Or he's just not doing anything at all. Maybe not set her to research. Yeah, we should probably get her hunting. Let him have that rabbit there. Spend your time hunting stuff that's larger than rabbits. Chandler approaches. Just one? Seems like it. So it's just gonna wander around. Let's keep an eye on it. And now we can research a ritual to summon some more of those. As long as he's fine with just hanging out over there, I don't really care that he's here. Officially starting to run low on food. Mega Sloth wandered in. I think we'll build our mushroom farm in here. Build that out of marble. Should probably also get some more wood. Should be enough for now. Everyone seems to be having a pretty good mood overall. Still doesn't have his cape and hood. Yeah, everyone in the colony is just having a good time, I guess. Wondering if I should separate along the lines of where the overhead mountain is and create a room that's weird, very oddly sized, but very efficient in terms of its usage. Shelter for a stewkeeper. Who will not do any work. He'll sit here for 17 days, which is a little bit more than one full season. In exchange, you can get a tiny amount of goodwill with his faction, a recon helmet, or a hand talon along with a void sculpture. What's a void sculpture? Unsettling sculpture made from bioferrite. The psychic properties of bioferrite enhance the quality of any psychic rituals performed nearby. Up to 6 void sculptures can connect to a psychic ritual spot. This twisted sculpture emanates a sense of depression and sadness. An abstracted shape resembling an animal appears to rip off one of its own limbs. Yeah, don't think we need any of those. And we definitely don't need someone sitting in our base and eating food for 17 days straight. So we'll just ignore that. Build some more roofs. Maybe eventually I'll enclose all of these into one larger building. And then just have like some hallways going between them, or even fill it up with its own stuff. Like, I don't know, smack a hospital right in the middle here. Actually, a dining room would work better. Yeah, we'll wait a bit to build that. It's the third self-tame animal we've had so far. There's also a timber wolf that showed up. I think we'll get around to taking out that bear. As soon as it's dark out. Since it's below freezing outdoors, we don't have to worry about these going bad anytime soon. Although we should set up so that they bring the corpses into our freezer. That's kind of weird. Why is it locked off the fast forward modes? No one's in combat. No one's getting hunted by anything. Just because of that rabbit from earlier. That's why. How did I not see him right there? Damn it. Screwed up his eye good. Group of travelers walking by. Starting to get colder and colder outside. Might need to build a second heater. Or build some airlocks. start making our mushroom farm. The Holy Pope, Robert Nugfer Krondorfer, that's quite a name, of the Doinum League has a special request. Someone has dumped an abundance of toxic waste bags near one of his settlements. Oh no. Unfortunately, we can't deal with that bullshit, so forgot to hunt the bear again. Tribute collector. Don't have any slaves or gold to give away though, so gonna have to tell him to buzz off. Even if I did have any of those, I don't think I'd want to give any over. The amount that you have to hand over to get any amount of reputation with them is way too much. See out here eating my frozen animals? I'm gonna tell him to frig off. Thinking about it, this room really sucks for heat insulation. I should have double walled it. Two guys ran away from a slave caravan. They want to stay here for 20 days. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pass on that. Guys don't care about charity, do they? Yeah, don't see the icon there. Move our containment over so we don't have some abomination living in our fridge. It's nighttime, the polar bears are right in front of our base. Let's get around to it. Before we start, our movement speed 4.6, their movement speed also 4.6. So hopefully the first few shots, or ideally the first shot, slows it down. That way we can just keep kiting it. Instantly pissed it off. It did slow it down a little bit. Brings it down to 4.28. Should be able to fire off a second shot and then run. Or the same. Get running. right back around. Now, once it starts getting affected by blood loss, we'll have it in the bag, but until then, this thing is still very dangerous. Especially if someone walks by and grabs his attention when I'm not paying too close attention. Why is it turning around? No particular reason, it seems. It's moving, should be way down, but still don't want to try to fight this thing off when it can actually hit me. And by me, I mean Tori. It's slowing way down. There we go. That's one threat down, one more to go. Let's beef up some of this wall, at least this outside part here. I think in here it'd be easier to just turn the area between these buildings and up over here into kind of like one big room and then slowly separate it into smaller rooms. So this side we don't have to double up, but over here we do. And who cares about the heat insulation for here? That won't matter at all. Well, I don't know. Is there anything that you want to keep warm while containing? I guess if you want your test subjects not to freeze to death, you have to worry about it. only in the cold season. Oh, what was it gonna get down to? Minus 35? Not quite that bad, but pretty close. Two people are not going to be able to handle that temperature. Storage has up to negative 27. Harvey only has negative 15. That's because he's wearing a cape instead of a parka. I hope I get a good cook eventually. In the meantime, you're just gonna have to risk people getting sick. I keep building wooden doors for now. Stone doors are cheaper in terms of resource availability, but they also open so slowly that it's not really worth it. Except if it's going to be the door to a prison. Speaking of, a lot of vomit in the barracks. Two cases of major food poisoning. Yeah, all this hunting, it's really good training. I think she was at 7 shooting skill when we started, and it's already up to 13.12. Certainly helps when I keep making her hunt during the day where she can't hit anything, so plenty of practice cycling the bolt. Should probably have a door over here. Move this one over there. Hmm. At this point, we can probably just make Tori run back to base and the wolf will bleed out on its own. Right. Then hunt everything else. And once we're finished killing everything else, we might take on that Mega Sloth. And by we, I mean Tori, because no one else is any good at hunting. Guess we could get a Connell to carry a gun, but doesn't move very fast, doesn't shoot very good. Probably not worth it. Deep Jubilee. Need anything for that? I just need a gathering spot. Gonna start building some airlocks, at least on this main building here. So at the very least we have 2 doors they have to kick down before being able to take all our stuff. One thing we can do to increase our labor capacity without recruiting more pawns would be going over here, blowing up the ancient exostrider midsection, and that'll give us access to the mechanoids, or whatever they're actually called. It's usually a little tab at the bottom here that says mechs on it, but we don't have that unlocked, so it's not there. I gotta say, things have been very chill so far. And I don't like that, because that usually means that there's like a group of 5 pirates with toxic grenades getting ready to come over here and steal Tori and leave everyone else here, and then everyone's gonna starve to death. It's way cold inside our base. Really helps if people didn't leave the door open. I keep thinking I should reinstall the Don't Block Doors mod. I forget why I even got rid of it in the first place. I think it was causing some weird error thing where people just treated walls like it was, no wait, they treated doors like they were walls. So they'd be like in a room like this and be like, I can't get out. Then I got rid of the mod and then suddenly it worked again. Psychic drone low male. Unfortunately, that's going to affect 75% of our colony. I realize it's kind of stupid to have built an airlock for the closet, but I can either expand the closet or I can just turn this into a second entryway into this room. Yeah, definitely not taking this one or this one. Seems nice and toasty in there now. And a group of muffalo have shown up. Not getting terribly much research done. Keep that on. Oh, O'Connell's only gonna work on any research if all of the crafting related stuff is done and the mining's done. So that's probably why nothing's getting researched. Is it worth putting it as a priority? Not really. Still need more people is the main problem. Just have too many things to do and not enough people to do it. It's not gonna be high quality, but it's gonna be a party. We got insect jelly. Sure is nice of the giant bugs to give us some free jelly. I wonder why they were eavesdropping on our party. Probably be more efficient if set this up so it was cooling the freezer but heating up our main rooms. Mad Muffalo. Hopefully this isn't going to cause too many problems. How fast are these? 4.5. So probably not going to be able to outrun it unless if we land a couple of shots first. Storage is definitely not going to be able to outrun it. Looks like he's the closest one to it. Alright, we've landed some hits. We can just keep doing this. It's working pretty good. Alright, that wasn't so difficult. Alright, we're doing okay for food. Got plenty of room if we want to build some more production related stuff. But if we do that, we're going to have to start worrying about power. Not going to want the nutrient paste dispenser. Smelter would be nice, but it's got a really big power draw. Guess it's time to make an art bench. And also a second tool cabinet. Plenty of steel to mine. Finish up this building, so that way we're going to be better at keeping in the heat in our base. Leave it like that for now. I guess it wouldn't be a bad time to blow this thing up, although it's going to take a while to destroy it. It's got 3,000 health. I'll get Storch to break it after he wakes up and has some food. Now, who do I want to be the Mechanitor anyway? I think it should be someone with good crafting skills, since that's what determines how quickly they can repair the bots, which isn't super relevant, but it's handy. In that case, it'd probably be O'Connell. Yeah, it's kind of useless in the fight anyway, and I do want to protect him. So if I gave him the Mechanitor implant, the brain chip that controls the robots and all that, it'd be pretty handy. It's time to destroy this thing. I understand why they wouldn't give EXP to just bash some inanimate object, but I wish it did. It'd be much easier to train up dudes who already aren't good at melee, because low-level melee units seem kinda just like suicide units in this game sometimes. So if you don't already have good doctors, then you will eventually get good doctors because they're gonna get messed up every single fight you bring them in. Oh no wait, now I remember how this works. I don't get the implant right away, I get this transponder that I then call in, and I have to fight off a couple of very basic mechs, and then after that I get access to a corpse that has the implant on it. Now we're getting some snow. I'm really not sure what I should focus on. So I could get him to smooth out this floor here, but that's gonna take forever once I get him started. We did have the art bench we were making. After a case of the food poisoning. If anything, I should be glad that it hasn't happened more. Yeah, I'll make a landing zone. An eclipse. And a whole bunch of elk. Perfect time to go hunting. The deserter. I like the idea of this quest because, you know, you just get the silent neuroformers directly, but then you're enemies with the Empire, and it's like, I don't know, man. They've got surprisingly good units, and they're all using death acidifiers and biocoded weapons, so they're not even worth fighting, and they're probably going to be the hardest dudes you can fight other than mechanoids. So screw that. But I also only ever really went hostile to him the one time. Though it was a pretty bad experience. Gonna keep it that way. Probably build some more roofs. I guess my initial plans of having this be the dining room and the kitchen just kind of went completely out the window. Now it's just storage. Should probably build a dining room right here, next to the freezer. We'll just keep this as a storage / workshop. Eventually we're gonna want to move the research bench into a proper laboratory, which we could put up here, but we don't have to do that for a while. Usually I wait until I have like the RIM Atomics workbench and also the advanced workbench, the one that's bigger than this one, and you can hook up the, what's it called again? The multi-analyzer. Yeah, the high-tech research bench. Once we have those, then we'll make a proper laboratory with sterile tiles and all that. Another psychic soothe. Yeah, definitely starting to get nervous at how quiet things are at our base. Connell's still enemies with Tori, or rivals, getting to be better friends with Harvey. And slightly better terms of storage. Yeah, other than Torio and O'Connell, everyone seems to be getting along. And someone to check out what's in here. A whole lot of nothing. Leaving the job half done. Shameful. Now we want to burn all human corpses that aren't colonists. Those ones get a proper burial. We also want to burn all animal corpses, but not the fresh ones, only the rotten ones. I think we've got enough meat to put the hunting on the back burner for a bit. Let's focus on the mushrooms. Fans have to be spinning pretty slowly before we start actually losing energy. Some hopeless refugees. Mary's approaching with a child. Lost her home in a recent attack. Want to stay for 18 days so they can rest and regroup. You know what? I think we can trust them. Let's just sleep on the ground for right now. Because we don't have any metal to build the beds. But we will accept them. Guess we could make a school desk and a couple of blackboards. We do have the room for it. Not very aesthetically pleasing to set it up like this, but it is room convenient. Maybe we should start making some more advanced meals. On the other hand, the more advanced ones are less food efficient. And that's just kind of opening up the doorway for all the food to disappear all of a sudden. I was so indecisive. That's only because there's so many options in this game. Probably why I keep restarting it over and over again. .5 shooting skill. Should I give her a pair of pants? Might as well. I didn't even realize she's a dirt mole. Well, she's here. How about we spread the ideology around a bit? Second thought. A couple more chairs around the table would be good right about now. If anything, we can... Well, as soon as this wall's done... Second thought. Just build another wall. And then we're gonna make the dining room and recreation room right here. A nice marble table in here. That's no hair. Just blast that thing in half. Oh, good of a table. A good table. Guess that's accurate. Smithing. Then machining. Don't think we can make anything better than our plasteel knife right now. Well, actually, I'm not sure if that's even true. I've never really screwed around with the melee weapons all that much. Although I know that it's the general rules is there's the type of weapon, then there's the material of the weapon, then there's the quality of the weapon, and plasteel knife at least fits two of those. It's not a great weapon type, but it is good material. Maybe I'm completely wrong, I don't know. But we're probably not going to be making a smithy. We will be making a machining table. We put these two on the same schedule as everyone else. And why does the Holy Pope keep getting dog turds delivered to his doorstep? Tiny toxic waste pack. I guess we're not the worst place to store it since it's cold for a majority of the year here. But we don't exactly have a dumping ground set aside right now. 90 waste packs is kind of a lot. Yeah, don't think I'm gonna take that. Yeah, it doesn't really give us anything all that good anyway. Like, pain block is situationally useful, 1 Mindum serum is kind of nothing. And while gold would be handy, don't really need it yet. On the other hand, 90 waste packs, I'm gonna be holding on to those for who knows how long before I can even think of getting rid of them. As soon as this is considered it in a room, I'll put the chairs around this table. Group from Zadabri Alliance are visiting the colony. They have items to trade. Oh boy. These are tribal dudes. Seem to have some very basic stuff for sale. We'll see if they want to buy any of the extra stuff we have. So I thought I set it up so that they wouldn't steal in here. Uh-huh, that's why. Herbie's still our best negotiator. He sure is. Guess we could buy a bunch of beer, but I'm not sure if that's worth it. I don't want to sell too much of our excess clothing because then we'll have to make it all again, and just guesstimating off the amount we have here, we're able to just barely replace all of it. I think I'll keep that. What's that I see in my chat? Someone trying to advertise cheap viewers? I don't want cheap viewers, I want expensive viewers. Should probably make the barrack its own building eventually. Even if just so that fewer people are running around in it while people are trying to sleep. I'll probably still get the 3 times disturbed mood debuff, but I can try. Question is, where exactly I want to build it? So I want it close to here. I could make it up here. And I have to walk all the way around down here just for their morning lunch, or it's not lunch you have in the morning, it's breakfast. Can't make it over here, that's our fields for growing stuff. Yeah, I'll leave it where it is for now. Maybe instead of making a proper barracks, I'll just move on to individual housing. They are undergrounders, so they don't need particularly big housing. But also I want it to be nice so that they get the mood buff. Insulted? Storch insulted her. But why? Thought you guys got along good. Yeah, oh well. Not like you can force people to get along. Well, you can, but then it'd be a prison, not a colony. Maybe I should try my luck with the Megasloth. How fast are they anyway? 4.8. Yeah, that is kind of risky, isn't it? We do have plenty of food. Yeah, I'll leave well enough alone. Tori charmed Harvey by telling a tale about life regrets. Harvey became aroused and agreed to become Tori's lover. Got a colony full of weirdos again, don't I? I forget if they're gonna want to share a bed together or if it's only after marriage. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't want to share a bed. Not sure if I should still have him maintaining his psi focus that high if I don't have anyone I'm gonna be trying to convert anytime soon. And just switch it again once I do have someone I want to convert. Tori's got nothing to do. Or stuff to hunt. Another polar bear. Technically, it's weaker for having survived an attempt on its life, but wisdom says you don't fuck with a bear who's survived an attack. But fuck wisdom. I'm smarter than wisdom. What's it gonna do? Come over here and stab me? Instant headshot. Good job, Tori. Okay. Have a proper room. The room kinda sucks. Now let's put our dudes to work making the room not suck. We have this other big room we can use eventually. This guy can survive up to negative 40 degrees Celsius, so we don't have to worry about heating the cell. And see here as the value of the room goes up as they build the floor. Got machining, gunsmith next. Let's move this pile over here. Replace this with a fungus torch. Oh, since we're not going to be using this for a while, let's just shut it off. Still got plenty of meat. Yeah, let's start cooking some fine meals. Let's make 20. Raid. Group of pigskins. 3 of them. It's got armor and a gun. He's not terribly good at using the gun, however, and he does have dementia. This guy's got some frag grenades, no armor, bite scar. This guy also has a revolver, not a good one though, but he is good at shooting, doesn't have any armor. So he's our primary target, he's the secondary, then the tertiary. Still need to kill all of them, but that's the order we're gonna kill him in. Since I don't trust anyone else to use it, I'll grab the gun. Okay, so they're not going to attack for a bit, but we might as well bring the fight to them. Don't want, you know, any of our base getting blown up. Don't think that's too close. Might want to back up. Got him good, but might as well finish him off. Went down. Alright, that went well. Very well. He's got a good quality revolver, so we definitely want to try to get him. Question is, will we get him? Doesn't look like it. Oh well, one decent quality gun is better than no gun. We also got some free grenades. Heard a caribou wandering. Very tempting to hunt these guys, but it's kind of like that anecdote with the buffaloes I mentioned earlier. All it takes is one of them to get pissed off in the exact correct way, and you suddenly have like 5 of these dudes trying to beat everyone in your colony to death. And considering we only have one decent shooter and one decent melee guy, don't think we're winning that one. Definitely need to start worrying about the heat. It's not warm enough in here. Miri's just having a terrible day. Or if you need to grow some more mushrooms. So up until just recently, it didn't look like we had any in storage, but I know that there's been more than one harvest so far. It is pretty easy to get some more meat. Roasting black. Black Merv Vexa? Roaster for 5 days will not do any work. Well, fortunately, this person's incapable of dumb labor. We can use him as a melee fighter and have half decent plant person and medical person. I'd say that's worth it. Hmm. I'm wondering if I should make a bunch of guns once I have this unlocked, or if I should wait until I have better guns like assault rifles and snipers. It's probably a better idea to wait. In the meantime, I can make some turrets, set up like one of them down here, one of them up here, and then depending on where they attack from, I have all my areas covered. Entity escape. Oh, good thing no one's got any work to do today. Send in the storage first, then these three other guys. You guys should probably not be trying to shoot your friends in the back. Is it dead? No, it's still alive. Just 1.3 years until it tries doing that again. Hours until I can try converting. Don't think it's going to be enough to outright do it. There's the research. Once we get this, or no wait, we can't until we get gun turrets, but we could get a Mark 19 sentry gun. Or instead of that, just a regular mounted Mark 19 turret. I think this is a grenade launcher. Yeah, I think it's safe to say it's a grenade launcher. Once we have that, we get the M2HB. Could also go for TV28s, but I think they're worse. And I'm not sure about these ones, the M1 or M134. Not sure if you spell it out M134 or M134. Anyways, this one is the basically a minigun. Not sure if it's literally a minigun, but it shoots a lot of bullet really fast. I've used these ones and they're really good at killing stuff, but if you're running a colony where, you know, you're trying to capture prisoners for one reason or another, it'll usually kill them a little too dead for you to do anything with them. Same thing with that grenade launcher turret. Is there one of those that's not a sentry gun, or is it only that one? I think that one's only sentry. Anyways, enough staring at the research screen. Power's not doing good. Probably laying down more cable than I should, but might as well have redundancy to your power source, right? I just realized I really should have decrypted this, the mechanoid transponder a lot sooner and gotten some mechs built up. That would have probably gotten a lot of things done over the time I could have gotten it done. That sentence was kind of stupid, but I'm gonna keep talking anyway. One Scorcher. I think I can handle that. Though we should probably wait for it to be nighttime, that way we can definitely handle it. And here's the quest if you want to win the game using the stuff from the Royalty DLC. Long story short, you just need to impress the High Stellar while he's over visiting your colony for a while, and also deal with the giant pile of raiders who really want to kill him. And then once you're done with that, you win. Group of travelers. Don't really seem well equipped for this environment. Well, the one with the hyperweave parka is, but not the other two. See if there's any heal root we can harvest. So we're starting to run low on medicine. Maybe I should set up a second research bench. Not sure if this is the best spot for it. Yeah, maybe we don't. We still should use this space and this space over here. Could make this a temple, or is that what they call it? Yeah, ritual room temple. It is a symbol of life. We need some pews. We have the dance party ritual. Now we have Dark Fair. What's the bonus for this? If it's beautiful or unforgettable, you will gain goodwill from the nearest faction base. Which one is nearest? It's one of these three. Not sure. I think it's that one actually. Yeah, I don't think I can gain anything with them, so maybe it goes to the next one automatically, which would be over here, I think. They're not a bad group to befriend, if we can befriend them. I'm thinking we should set Mary not to go away from the home base. So I'm not willing to give her any good clothing, and it's freezing out here. Speaking of freezing, the temperature's not great in the base either. No way around it, we're gonna need more heating. And temperature's good again. We should probably plant a big field worth of cloth or something. That way we can both make all the clothing that we can't make right now, like veils, and also get ourselves a poker table and a billiards table. Then I can get rid of a chessboard and a horseshoe pin, since they're counted as the same type of recreation. No one's teaching this child how to fight. Guess he's destined for it. He already is missing a hand. Caribou self-tamed. I think only the female ones are worth anything to keep alive. These guys are just piles of meat otherwise. I know I'm not being very empathetic to the wildlife that lives on our map, but we don't live in a very empathetic area to start with. We're kind of way out over here. If anything, I'm doing them a favor, right? I think I just unofficially crossed into psycho territory. I already was doing that when I was talking to myself this whole time I've been playing the game. Get a few more components in their stockpile. It's always annoying when you run completely out, you tell people to go mine it, and then they wait like a week in game before they go and actually get some. It's usually because the work priorities are all kinds of fucked up, but well, we can just keep going down the list of whose fault it is, and I think ultimately it's not me. Finally happened. Only 3 of them this time, though. Let's see how fast they can run. 5 cells per second when they're at full health. Okay, we might need all hands on deck for this one. You can stay at the base. Don't want anyone getting completely fucked up in the crossfire. Well, our casualties are 1 nose. Could be worse. Could also have been a lot better. Only got that entity containment. Now let's research the extraction of bioferrite. Don't think it's worth building an inhibitor on this guy. It's only like 100 something watts of power, but that's 100 something watts I'd rather have vanish in thin air because my batteries are full anyway. Yeah, maybe we build one. Or we're doing that. We make a proper holding platform, then we make an inhibitor. Just when I was saying we had power to spare, we start losing it. Just need to diversify the power grid. Marble meteorite. All the way over here. Free sandstone. And suddenly got an idea for another wacky run I could do is change the storyteller settings so that the meteorites are significantly more common. And then just roleplay that the planet I'm on is getting constantly bombarded by meteorites. It's not really roleplay because that's literally what would be happening. Solar flare. Well, that's no good. All my plants are gonna die. Unless if I build some fire. You should do it. And if it doesn't, well, I'm gonna run out of wood from building these anyway. Solar flare is already gone. More food poisoning. We just make the whole kitchen area look nice. Smooth what we can, put marble floor in where we can't. I guess we should do the same with the workshop. Guess we could turn a little bit of this growing area into like a hallway that connects up here. Either a hallway or a little utility room where like stick the batteries and later on the fuses in. Here's the shuttle. Wearing nothing but a shirt in negative 30C. The odd feeling that she's gonna be, or is it a she? Yeah, it is. She's gonna be spending a lot of time sitting around doing nothing. You know, in between the periods of time where we have too many things going on and not nearly enough people to handle all of it. I think we might have overcompensated with the food situation, but rather have too much food than not enough. So I should move the meditation spot right over here. Does this work as a focus for meditation? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, gonna end up putting some statues in there at some point anyway, which I forgot I built this art bench quite a while ago. Do we have a sculpture? No, that was the last ideology I had. We'll make some large sculptures until we have 3 of them. Want them out of wood, don't want them out of steel. Just want them out of marble. Too many chunks. Still more than we need, but it'll do. Should probably not bother converting these guys who are going to be leaving in a short while anyway, but might as well do it anyway. And I have plenty of time to convert this guy anyway. Better psychic drone. Yeah, gonna wait until we have assault rifles and snipers unlocked before making any guns. I think I already said that, but let's just reiterate to make sure. Uranium? It is. Okay. That'll be useful later. Not right now, though. A lot of food poisoning happening. .3 shooting. Strong master. Sorry about that. Slowly inching forward on that research. Probably help if I drop the crafting back down. Also help if O'Connell wasn't stuck in bed because of food poisoning. Do you always have that bite scar? Or is that recent? Either way, it's there. Maybe I should set this up so it only butchers if I'm below. I don't know. What's a good number? 600? Yeah, if we're below 600 meat, then you butcher. If we're above that, you don't. That being said, I'm not sure if it actually saves room or not. Because these only go on the floor. The meat itself can go on the shelf. It probably saves room. Better transport pod. A loner named Lax is crashing on a transport pod. We can capture him for recruitment if we want. Guessing this guy was getting high in the transport pod when he accidentally hit the launch button or something, cause what the fuck. Yep, he's high and fucked up. Night Owl. Doesn't seem all that great. Once we have those two guys going away, do we need the extra labor? I can always use the practice for medicine. And I'm thinking, on that note, it's already been our longest stream, I think. But that's gonna be the end of the stream. So, for next stream, which is gonna be Monday night at 6 p.m. Atlantic time, well, still not entirely sure. Maybe we'll play some more of this. Maybe not. Maybe we'll play an RPG. Maybe not. On second thought, I'll decide right now so that you're not left in suspense. We're gonna be playing some more RimWorld. So, Monday night at 6 p.m. Atlantic, be here for more RimWorld. Thank you and good night.